Hey guys, at ADR on RTY, interesting. Nice trend up from news this morning. Held our balance from the other day. Not really a ton here until a bit more excitement. 7 minutes left until 15. Looks like we need to build out here a little bit. Got Russell coming into our ETH high. You guys had a bunch of shit. Got your dip down 380 and then just balance between 50s and 80s. And finally we're able to push out, and now we're just in this selling here. Structurally, it's just an imbalance fill. Bounce on ETH high, Russell. Nice. Flying through this book. Oh, I said you're flying through this one.
Seeing some downside in dollar yen, currently down 0.57% at 157.72.
Going into our next target here in NQ. Weekly value low, trying to recover that at 85s. It's top of this little balance range that I have drawn out. Get rejection. See if get a bit more. A pretty clear channel up from the basing. Need to see it. Russell be able to make a new high off of overnight high. Yes, bounce ideally here. Not have to do full range. Right at the POC. Again. Nicely done. Minute and 50 seconds. So only 15. Russell pushing into target now. Out. Tie to our ADR. Those are a little more aggressive, trying to push the ladder down. 25 seconds of teens volatility here. Trying to get us below this node into the close of the candle, it looks like. Fifteens opening now. See here. Testing with that POC from pre 15 right now. You're going to see a pretty strong lift relatively soon, or kind of expecting a rotation down to the bottom of the range. Yeah, still holding, I think, better than NQ to be honest. You're just watching to see if 63 supportive down into this. Well, as long as this is kind of bidding and we're holding this LVN. See if this is flagging out. Russell continuing as well. So just NQ having a bit of an overreaction compared to the other two. And like either this has to come down further, down into this like 62, 63, or we are able to make our ADR in the day supportive up at 68. You can just look right in the bed and then scores. Not sure which one happened first. Bottom of range here in Q.
Taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index, 57 out of 100 equaling greed, and the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, 25 out of 100 equaling extreme fear. And taking a look at the VIX, currently down 4.88% at 12.28.
Need to be able to get over this offer here in NQ. Hold the bottom of our range. Yes, testing the highs here. Top of our range. Again, need to see that be able to look above and then bid off of ADR if we want higher. For NQ, need to be able to get over this like 61, and then we can rotate. This fails. I don't really have much here until we get down into. Just kind of waiting to see which way this breaks. Dip buy into this, and then above the 61, push back up. Where does this need to go offer? Down into. I'm not too sure yet. All I know that this is where our buyer was last time.
the euro sliding versus the yen, tracking the dollar fall, last down 0.5% at 171.93.
And need to see us be able to push over this 50, 45.50 here is our offer. 61. Expect sell side to be present here to try to hold the bottom of balance. If they aren't, rotate back up. Yes, held where we needed. No change there, but still need to see the secondary move. Get more. Pushing into our 61 now. Yes, top of range. Russell still sideways at ADR. Still new high. Yes, still struggling top of our range at ADR. Another rejection of R61. See the ability to build a higher low. And then get a lift off of that. .50 seconds until Are doing what we want. Just need to see ES build up a breach of this ADR and make it supportive. We need secondary look. Russell flirting with, well, if we hold this node battle right now and see work for up to 5. A little early as we get again new bit of volatility. Scan close. To happen for the Russell if we're gonna keep going. Not that it's just coming back to the bottom of the should be annoying, but it's still means open now. Need to be very wary of POCs that are starting to shift. See buy side be able to get back over relatively quickly. Ideally on this candle here, or have the start of a downtrend. Again, really just watching how we flirt with this 6 area. Understanding that if I market like this, that might interested in this thing. 61. Sounds like the rain finally left Ohio and you too. Did man. Yeah, like that all week. Every day. It's pouring. What'd you guys do into the afternoon yesterday, by the way? Lifting into our top of range, the hold of our halfway backs. Yes, doing the thing. You doing the thing. If we get any continuation, need to get over this 80 offer size up there. Take off half now into ADR, and then leave half.
Deutsche Bank raises UK's GDP growth forecast for 2024 to 1.2% from 0.8%.
Top of range. How we react into our offer. Did you take a trade? Coming into top of range here, boys. Yes, 74, 77. 599 on you need for over that. Should be able to trade up to like 21. Need to see if we can build at top of range. You here. Just gonna catch a bid. Be able to go. These are just the ranges that I had drawn from yesterday. I haven't done. I'm just gonna have to trade through yesterday's auction, so no reason to really make anything new. Yeah, Rum has the same thing as me. 74, 77. Our resistance here. 599 on NQ. Immediately push in and sell. Yeah, so pushing into targets here. Again, this 75, 77 area, just this blue box. This is just the range that I've drawn. Well, there's 62, 63, 64, this little blue where the bottom of our pathing was, then built right where we wanted, and now getting our push up in resistance. Not sure if we go higher, no clue. Looks good so far though. Just move stops up accordingly, and see if we get any sort of continuation. Russell's still holding our ADR as resistance, are bouncing off of our node just like we drew, but not getting enough lift for continuation as of yet. Over this 600, 608, fully believe that we should be able to be 8 in 20. This is basically just the mid.
US stocks extend gains, Nasdaq up 1%.
Pushing toward 21 now. I don't really see a for expansion until we can get over 37. The same range as before. 21 to 37. So I'd like to see the ability to build in this area and then get a lift from 7. Go higher. Shove dubs. Russell starting to diverge. Something to build here on NQ. Again, just pushing into our 37 now. See if we can now hold this blue box as supportive and then get that look above. I think this is the 30-second opening yesterday. Like either yesterday's or the day before. I'm not sure. But it is a 30-second opening range. And it was an important area yesterday. And pivot from earlier in the week. So still Monday. Okay, there you go. ETHI here on RTY. See if we find bids again into our VWAP and ETHI. Watching to see if this area finds buyers. Entry at 525, was it based off the fact that, yes, exactly. Yeah. Plus ES was holding where we wanted. I don't know, is it too hard to see these paths that I held our bid and then did step up on ES? Russell at the time was doing thought, which was bidding here at our 175.8. Just did it again, by the way. And we got our continuation up. And I was just looking for a retrace back down into our previous C from the candle up. That's our expansion. Really like looking for that liquidity grab into this and seeing offside sellers. And it's just the recovery of our range and playing that range up. But yeah, playing off previous 15-minute structure. Nice when we have all these levels that are already made for us when we start entering back into previous day's balance. They don't really have to do much work. So far, I mean, and I don't know if you remember me talking about this yesterday, but this was my plan. I didn't think we were going to get much lower than this. We just retested our balance and then immediately pushed up. Too many people are bearish down here off of this selling. So you expect an explosive, excuse me, an explosive move to happen because you have so many people who are so bearish back into our balance low after a move like this that you have to punish these people. There's no reason you don't punish these people unless some like crazy news comes out that's just like the market's going to die. This kind of reaction just kind of happens a lot in the market. You see this over and over again. Do we get a new high? I'm not too sure. I would be expecting if either one or two more attempts in this area, the low at the top, where we just take out this high. So then these guys are offsides as well. And then we punish both edges here, and then we can figure out where we want to go. Either then we find another bounce here, or we start to play out this secondary scenario, which is the further push down, bounced before. Buyers become offsides, becomes our resistance, and then we can. But this was the same setup that we talked about yesterday. I haven't changed any of the pathing. I haven't drawn anything. Same levels, same area where we're dog bounce. So if I have an understanding, if this is my overall narrative for the market on the higher time frame, then there's no reason not be looking for backs playing off of that higher time frame. What did I miss in chat? So confused. Mm. I mean, if you're in a runner from any of this, I still haven't really seen overall weakness that we did consider like a top is in line still. Just looks like we need to build up this area. Russell definitely giving back some shift in our trend here. Breakout is our Russell rejection. So you have these two diverting on the day again. But I think you can probably just stay in runners, spot any part of this action, either the bounce into our 85s or the hold over our 28s. Kind of chilling with a runner here until we can get over previous day value high here at 64s. If we can get over 64s, right, and start to build, then we can expand. But this is just previous day value high, our pivot, 5 to 64. Over that, probably go for 85. Yeah, again, there's too many people that were bearish the low. No way that wasn't going to get punished. No way. I think we just need to area. But he said Minute and 20 seconds until the 15s. We're really just watching to see if we can build out here. PLC from last candle. It's really waiting game. So far, it looks okay. NQ has room down into 20. You'd want to see active buy side here. I just made. This goes off, or it just is not just before. Just the tail end though of this distribution that we have here. I'd like to be able to see bids be able to step in. 20, 15, and then kind of see some trap sell side out. Again, just the waiting game. Let's try it. U15's opening now. Testing into our previous POC. If bids step in. Need to see a reclaim of 37s if we're going. As of right now, it doesn't. Still just trying. Need to see someone trapped for more, but I want to build it out here. And then don't need to be in at protect low. Just need to wait for that secondary move. Play off of that low. Right, so low to step in, but then a recovery. If we don't get that, then it doesn't really. Far immediate bid off that 28 area. Top should be break even or should be trailing at this point. 28 was retest, and we off of it with the secondary move off of 37 bid. Just into our offer now. Need to be able to get through this buy side absorption above us. How long that's going to take. Only thing I do know is right where we can potentially bounce there. It's just evaluating as we trade.
Japan's currency chief Kanda says, I won't say if we intervened.
Arm. Dragon one. Spread. Quite broken. Let me go look at the spread. Are ARM options liquid? I don't know if I've ever. What it looks like. Another bounce off of 28, start pivot, immediate push up. Still need to be able to make it over 64s. 64s continue to be our resistance, pre value high. Really not a ton here over that. Sorry, I'm not saying anything. Just looking at the spread. I think if we can get over 64 though and start to bid, I don't see a reason why we don't. But until then, just watch your halfway back. See if buyers can bid higher. I mean, ARM looks interesting. So we want to be targeting 165s, looks like, for max profit. I feel like what we're watching for, to be honest, is can we get back into it, right? Like that's what it's really coming down to. And we're fighting for it right now. If we do, then there's probably one more leg up. If we can't do this, I'd want to see a retest here. I think it'll balance. And then from there, we kind of decide which way we want to go. Balance fill. And if we make new location for max target, it really depends if we can get back into the structure or not. If we do, then there's a chance that we can then come back up to the highs. So it really matters how we act here. Yeah. So there might be a better entry. I'm just unsure. I definitely would expect some sort of side action here, regardless. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just there's clearly a sell side, right? But like we just haven't seen enough yet to let us know. And we're trying to get a 3 bar right now to kind of build out. There's clearly sellers. We just need to see if this auction is going to actually reject, right? Because be pretty clear if we're unable to get back in. And then we should be able to get a secondary test to let us know. Then first risk off will be a 176 in fill. And then if we make this resistance, this low, the blue, that'll give a secondary entry. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's hard for me to look at some forex and stuff, especially when it's for like a longer term. It's like I think we're bearish here. Just because I don't more looking at just like from overall because I trying to find like very defined there. Because he has more of like a zone where it's kind of like it's gone, start building. Which app? This is Trading View. There we go. I trade in Trade 8 though. Two 15's opening now. The rejection from 64, no change there. Watching ES and RTY into bottom of range. Still trying to make this VWAP in HI supportive. Very clear rotations. Coming back down into the bottom of our balance here on Q. See if we get another hold of 28s or if we need to do a steeper pullback down into like 608. Break out of this balance. I don't really have any sort of interest trading here. I think sellers' like only job here is they're trying to get us under this like 28, 29 and aggressively start trying to sell, right? Like that's it, or they're gonna get stuck. You can see on footprint. I'm actually gonna turn this off. It all. You can see a pretty active buyer here in this section, and we see lots of selling pressure that have tried to push this down. We're seeing pretty aggressive selling into this candle right now with how our thumb setting up. What we need to see is this becoming resistance where this red little like triple red area is. If this can go, we're watching for an offer underneath this, and then that offer should be able to carry us down. As long as this is maintaining, there's not a ton here for sellers because they're just going to continue to get absorbed. But if we can push below and start to aggressively kind of build below this this area here, then we should be able to get continuation down because then we'll have enough pressure here where passive buyers are offsides and sellers start to accelerate through. But yeah, you need to see that action kind of first before you are expecting anything more. Because what do we have at the highs? Well, we have a buyer being absorbed at the highs, right? Into our 64 POC up here and our green deltas. Lots of absorption happening into these wick highs, and we also have lots of absorption happening into these wick lows, which is just creating a area of balance, right? So we need to see a break of that balance, and then either an offer below for continuation with an aggressive seller stepping in who's active and not passive. And we need to see for upside the same thing, which is an aggressive buyer stepping in who's active, not passive, who is willing to put after we are able to build above. Looking for expansion without that reoffer or that rebid is going to be pretty rough unless you're playing from the edge high or the edge low. Right, trying to get your initial entry here, like taking a short literally at 28s is just going to be a bad time without an offer and seeing like a shift. Can it work? Yeah, sure. But is it going to be choppy? Is it going to feel like a 50-50 while you're in the trade? Yeah. Just waiting for them to show their hand here. Taking out that POC is probably the move. So you aren't part of the absorbed sellers as well. Minute 30 until new 15s. Again, else I just got absorbed. Really hard to play that edge. Why I spent 5 minutes talking about how to do it. Back up the top of range. Top of range here on NQ. Back to our offer. Top of range. Russell trying to battle for overnight high here is supportive on a bid. We can hold and recover now, or down. We're watching for RTY to ideally, right? See that's gonna keep going down to that, I guess. Coming down to retest POC of previous candle.
the US dollar index fell to 104.4, the lowest since June the 7th.
We've fully retraced the sell, basically. Crazy. Yeah. Your first like real risk off here if you are playing off of that 36, 37 area. Just top of range, back into our offer. Again, need to build over 64s, and then we can look for like 83, 84 on NQ. But if there's no one that wants to participate there, then really a reason to look for it. Into our 64 now. Previous day value high. They're trying to absorb here again. A little early to tell. You got a minute and 20 seconds till Nicodeans. I think if the Russell can build over ETH high, there's potential. If we reject, it's going to be rough. Mixed of a market, right? So if this rejects, they'll look like one more leg down. We'll see. Yeah. Here's the top, right? I really don't think that there's a reason to look for expansion until we see pretty supportive. So you can have like a runner up here with a tighter stop if you're playing off of that 37, but like we still need to see this like pretty active buying level where sellers aren't just willing to take in. So what do I think? I don't know, 15 seconds until new 15s. Like we're just in a balance. So like I'm not like going out of my way to look for expansion. Like look how much of a box we're in from that previous POC. Buyers show their hand as we push into 47 to like 43 here on NQ, or we rotate the range again. Come on. Just out of here. Yeah, which is to be expected, but I'd like us to get out relatively. For my own sanity. Handle on. Give me options chain is ridiculous right now. Look at the 30 calls for next week.
So US crude futures briefly turned negative after rising by more than $1 a barrel earlier in the session.
Yeah, I mean the IWM trade makes sense. I just don't know if we're gonna have back. Thinking if we can hold up here on XLF, we have a potential for IWM to continue higher. We definitely it took some work, but we are getting through this XLF resistance. If we can do that, then we should be able to really just still very. I don't know. I never really believe in continuation. IWM. You get like large moves and then balance. Like this to me looks like we're setting up, but I don't know. When we get these gap ups, like you don't really see like multiple over and over. We did it here, but then we fully retraced, and then we were. I personally think that we'll probably do some, if anything, come up. You know what I mean? But I don't see what would cause this. But just off of previous structure, it's kind of what I'm right now. It's this. We get our first gap, then we got a secondary gap, and then we fully retraced that candle, held the original gap, and then we're able to push off. That looks very similar to this. So it's either like we're going to fill this first gap, or I'd be expecting that to have. I don't know. It's my guess. The double gap is kind of odd. RTY finally into target here. Oh, took way too long. Yes, bottom of range off projection of our 8850. 64 is held. Seller definitely trying to put in some work here with all these offside buyers. Just bouncing ADR right now in NQ. I can see potentially one more leg down if we can't get back over 608. Definitely worth watching. But I'm not mad at where I like 78.5. Just need to see how we react into the 608.75. Our PVZ here. I think if we don't see really anything, then it just goes to 21 for the offer. And again, for like this section here, I'd either be looking for sell side to be stepping in, push into 20s for continuation down, or I really don't see a ton until we get back up to like 46. It's back up to POC. So if this doesn't hold as sell side, I just expect this rotation to here. Watching to see how strong our offer is. I think there's potential RTY is found. It's a low around here. It's a little early, but this is where I'd be wanting to see buy side starting to interact, trying to like shift this thing back up. Does that have an effect on NQ? Completely unsure. They have not been all that relative there. But this 168 on TY is either going to become our like resistance or support. Nice, good job. Yeah, I think it's a great area to look at. Again, just like 608, 612 is where PVZ is. If we can't build above, then there's no reason to think that we're going higher. See if we build this out, or if 78's go resistant, should be able to see another leg down. Sure here. We the full retrace or not. Yeah, and that'll come with time. You become more confident with why you're looking at where you're looking. Just have to execute, keep attempting, keep practicing, analyze. Reviewing those kind of trades are going to be incredibly important for you because you'll be able to then go back and look and be like, oh, okay, well, this happened, and then that gave the real break, something like that, right? Like those are the things where you'll start to notice, like, oh, okay, like, yes, the level was good, but then we held there for 30 minutes sideways. Is there something where I could have been like, was there a better trigger for this trade? Most of the time, there. And then after reviewing that, then you go back, and the next time that you're doing the same setup, you'll have a much better opportunity. A good first risk off as we come back down into 56 on NQ off of our rejection of our PVC at 608. Following this pathing. I don't really know what happens here once this buy side delta balance that we have, but this looks like a good first area to risk off. Stops down. I want to see offer now kind of making 85 for continuation, I believe. Just watch this LVN that we have here and see if the continuation down or if that's the Russell just into our 30-second opening range here. Again, kind of think that this area has the potential to be low. I don't really look for nation shorts on RTY until day open goes resistant, something like that. With this rejection at our 78 to 85 here, I think you can probably target 40s. Um, got a little bit more room on yes here. Back to change. minute 20 until new 15s. Hustle into resistance here. Again, just bouncing off our 30-second opening range. Need to be able to see that build above 70.4. I'd probably go for VWAP up at 74 here. Still just, again, don't really see potential for more downside until we push below day open and pull that as resistance. So far, this just makes a lot of sense to me on RTY. For NQ, need to be able to get over this 86, basically, same as before. Offer wants to maintain here. I don't see a ton. Making this bid should be able to push up, retest our auction before. Need to recover our halfway backs and show some sort of willingness to put in a bottom. And then what we'll be looking for in the next 15 is just the ability, if we do find this kind of reversal action, is can we then hold POC from one of these candles on a retest? Ideally, this POC shifts up, above 86, and then we're able to bid off that 86 on the next 15. If this is going to turn into a reversal, yeah. That's kind of my thought process right now, though. Testing our offer now and then Q. Hackers stole call and text records for nearly all of AT&T customers, which shows phone numbers customer called or texted. Get ready for spam, boys. Yeah, AT&T. Yeah, but if you've ever been texted or called by someone who has an AT&T phone, they still have your number. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Affect robocalls and texts. Yeah, Truecaller is pretty good, Camille. What I use. Automatically detects AI voices, and it has a huge database of like virtual phone numbers, like where all the call centers are. Pretty good. Do I stay for the whole session or do I just let Mario do it? Hmm. I don't know, man. If we stay at this pace, I'm not really interested in trading anything this slow. Yeah, we react on this retest and do our E5 edge. Yes, trying to make this supportive as well. So it's really just, can we now build here and recover this offer, or is this just going to be a lower high for, like a continuation down? I would have liked this move and this low a lot more if we had tested into like 67, 60. This. But this like slow drift up ever since is just not all that exciting. Minute and 10 seconds until new 15s. Just kind of like hanging out, rotating ticks around our previous POC, 15-minute candle POC. Again, just like this edge here at 78 to 86. Just need to see which way wins. 50 seconds till new candles open. Russell back to 30-second opening range high. 20 seconds.
Hello, everybody.
Oh.
Not much. You get some sleep yesterday.
Yeah, like crashed. Woke up at 7 or something. Ate dinner.
Oh, that's good. I've been just zoinked this week too. I don't know what it is. Post holiday recovery.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about, sir. Back into this balance. Let's see how ARM reacts here.
The Russell might actually hold this yearly value shift this time. We'll see. This is a big move.
I was telling them earlier that as long as we hold the first gap, I think we're pretty bullish, but I don't think we're
Yeah.
both gap doubtful.
It's for me, well, I mean, like, I've been so just like wanting to sell for like a month now that I'm just buy every day until it doesn't work kind of mindset for me. Like, Just can't think too much about these areas.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. This is what I told them before I logged off yesterday. This was my idea. It's like there's no way that this balance doesn't hold here with that sell. People are gonna be like two
Yeah.
offsides. And like either we get one more retest of the highs and then a look above to stop them out, or like we push below 74s on SPX and then we see an offer hold and then we can get like a bigger sell. But
Yeah.
just it was people are way too bearish at those lows yesterday in my opinion. Like after the full move was retraced, like
Yeah.
that
The
we need something.
The afternoon session actually had like really good rotations because people were just like scrambling at the
Yeah,
edges.
it's
It
so
was
much
really
panic.
nice. It was very nice. But the only thing that is weird to me was NQ had traded down yesterday into like the July 3rd and 4th structure with the half day and then like the holiday, and we are just still so far above it on ES.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like NQ cleaned that up, but ES is just like, nope.
Which I mean, I feel like does make sense if you're looking at it as more of like a rotation into defensive with IWM breaking out,
Yeah,
which
yeah,
is overall bearish, right? Like it is actually compared to
yeah.
then just like a
Well,
real pullback.
were banks this morning? I think they were. Let me see
XLF
Wells.
like actually got a decent breakout
See,
over
this is crazy
resistance.
too. So Wells Fargo gap down, City selling, BK up. Mm. I'm just going to continue to assume up until we go down.
Into first
Easy.
target here at 608s, guys. Above this again, I think just 21. Held where we needed to on NQ. Testing PVZ now, 608, 612. I think over 21s we can retest the highs. Just rotate our previous auction and build our first like potential look, right, with our higher lows. And then maintaining POC is supportive and now actually seeing active buyers step in. But again, we need to recover our previous, or this is just going to be where our offer sits, just like last time. For RTY again, I'm not bearish until we see something like this happen, where we hold 64.6 as resistance. We can't get back over a day open. So then this is just the bottom of our 30-second opening range. If I look at check ats in a specific word again,
You there.
I thought there was like a symbol. I don't see.
Yeah, I thought there was two. I'm actually. It's not friends. Maybe you have to do it on mobile. There's like a ping thing, I thought.
Yeah, I think it's. I guess it's mobile only. We have a tag in Avery's Discord, but I don't know how long ago, or if it's like an at everyone, or
Oh, there's top right. There, looks like almost like a disk drive. There's like a help, and to the left of that, there's an inbox. And then you can go to mentions.
okay. Thank you.
I feel like that icon changed completely. But
I am trying desperately to get back on Adderall, and my doctor like will not see me. It's so bad.
that's a bizarro.
I just like can't get an appointment.
Maybe you gotta just take the hymns route.
Oh, it's so bad, man.
That just happened with Abby, cause she like had an appointment with the doctor, and then her work just switched our insurance over, and her
Oh,
original doctor is no longer
oh, that's the
under our
worst.
plan.
Yeah.
So then she had to like go find another doctor, and then like it was like a month out. It was not a good time.
Want to like do the evaluations again and just like
Yeah.
just give me what was being prescribed before, please.
Yeah, it's like, hey, here, look at this. There's 6 years of medical history in my chart book. Like, just read it, please.
40 seconds until new 15s. We want to be able to see us hold here, right? We want to see a bid and push. This like 600, 608, ideally. Yeah. We're going to get a continuation higher with POCs holding as supportive. So far, it's just really slow. But again, like we'd want to see ability to kind of like look up and then go for continuation or kind of retracing this back down to 85s. Seems like what's going to happen before we get our decision. Can't get over this 608 before 15's open. That'd be my guess. A retest of 85, 86. See if the bid holds and hopefully get some acceleration here. New 15's opening though. Issue here is that we're below POC, right? So that may have been the better move. You're not balanced basically between the seller here and then this buyer that's here. So really watching for strong reactions as we come back down into this blue zone. And you want to see it hold. You really do. You don't want to see these buyers off sides if you're looking for more. Not, then it's like, okay, then the 78 goes res, and then we range back down to like that 56. Get some speed. Either way. Ideally down. Hello? So retesting POC now, the previous level. See how we interact here. This is where you're watching offer, just short term. See it on footprint as well, just so I'm highlighting it. Feels pretty clear on the 15-minute. See, the problem with down is like, then we have to battle with all of these cells below us. It gets choppy again. Like, I don't want to get trapped in between 70. Sounds awful. If it happens, it happens, but that image load for anyone else? Or does it say image.png?
It just says image for me. I feel like it's been 50-50 if images from
Yeah,
like intradays have been coming over. I feel like overview always does. Maybe not. Maybe Braxton's images don't come over.
they seem to.
I can post it in here. If people don't want to click over. There you go.
Grab some water, beer pack.
Eep.
Interesting.
A little peek over 0 tick here.
Another bounce up 86. Back into our sell side here. Yes, looks good. Helped where we needed it to. See if we can go for like the LVN fill. It's low.
The volume is crazy here. Since actually literally right when I got on. You look at like volume by time, it is at least on ES.
Back to 608 offer. See if ES can get back up. Offer 686.
Yeah.
Got your first edge here though at 83.75. So it's your first area to like, oh, is someone here or not? So we push up into the Russell still holding opening range. Thesis hasn't changed there. I would really like to see this push into 21s on NQ. Then we can figure it out from there. Yes, into first target here. Again, just like this 83.50 to 86.25 is your node edge. The LVN fill. Watching our value retest on the Russell here into 69.80. Can we get over and make it supportive, or is the offer still just going to sit there? Be the worst. Watching for this happen, or twenty-one test here and Q stops up.
I'd be surprised here if ES does like a mini look over the highs. If you get like 1 or 2, well, I guess 3 minutes until new 15s, we can bid through that time period. I mean, if there was ever a buy signal,
28's big level on NQ. I'm gonna reclaim 28. I think we can probably just go for POC up at like 45. See, it's very important that we can reclaim this auction bottom and then like make 36 supportive again, just like before that sign. So like we were like a this and then a retest and then a push. I would be very happy to see what happens. Need to get back into this auction. So many buyers were offsides here from 28 to 37. So reclaiming this will be, but so far pathing's pretty solid. Got our dip. I have no inclination if we hold over 88. Like that's such a hard level.
I think if you get the pop and peak, that it comes like basically right back down under 80. I feel like we could get a 90 look. Not a lot.
Yeah. Either we just make value high supportive and we see active buyers, or retesting like again first or afterwards and action from them. Is that how beta blockers work? Yeah, I mean, it sounds like beta blockers and then just rehearse. I don't know. Public speaking is the worst. This doesn't really feel like public speaking. I have no problem talking up.
You guys can't even see my like fancy duck underwear I got on.
Compared to like the public speaking things that I've had to do.
Cruise surf. I think everyone does. It's not just a Camille thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, but like smaller rooms aren't terrible. Fine with that. It's larger audiences that. This is actually. I don't even know if I can post this. This is Mario Trade. I'm gonna put a spoiler tag on
Boy, it's true.
it.
It's actually true.
But it's his flow state.
Exactly, Cinch. Exactly.
Yeah, the beta blockers with drinking I think, is actually an issue. I was thinking about that. Doing a public speech while high sounds so bad. Yeah, vodka. Into our next pivot here into 36. Just kind of trying to get back into this previous auction. Fun to really say. Just remember at the end of the day, people that are there asked you to perform, right? They asked you to say something because they love you. They want to hear it, right? There's no like real. There's not the pressure should just like everyone's there to support you, right? They want to hear you. It's a very different thing than like potentially being fired or something. They want to hear what you say. So it just needs to be genuine. It doesn't need to be perfect. Not the end of the world. Even if it sucks, you're still the one that gave like a best man speech, right? They want you to be there. Not the end of the world. Yeah, dude, it's a wedding. You can even make it part of your speech in the beginning. You can joke about yourself, your nervousness to do it, and then it's everything's fine. Now it's a part of it. Nothing like some self-deprecation, lighten the mood. Yeah, I pushed it to our dev. I haven't heard from him since. Yeah, right, Kimo? Like that's an easy way to do it. Lightens the. And then anything you say after that just feels a lot more. I will reach out again, Wise, see what the status is, but he did say that it was possible. I just haven't heard back from him. Then. I just deal with the same shit, man.
It's kind of what we are, Camille. In a way. Here's this look into 90 on ES. NQ into 45 POC. This is first targets of this that we were really looking for.
So this is that area that I was talking about where we now want to see that 36 whole 45 test. Like this is the same auction as before where we want to see the ability to now like push up to our the 64 Great Wall of China that's up there. So as long as we're able to maintain this, then I just feel like we trade this balance again. So doesn't need to fully pull back, but any dip I'd like to see immediately there. Let's trade back up into our 64 pivot. This low felt okay. It had a bit more. It was a little slower, right? We had a little bit more two-sided trading, but all of the signs of a low kind of being in on the 15-minute were there, which is why we were looking for upside. It just took way longer though. A little bit more two-sided out of these areas. A lot more having to do steeper retraces and then back down. The higher lows were able to maintain, and sell side was trapped on every single leg. So just into a top of our range here, 54, 64, still holding. Watching first bids into 45s. Yeah, same around. It does not feel great. You end up taking like 6 break evens or smaller profits instead of just like chilling in. So if we don't see a strong bid here at 45s, I really do think that it's just gonna have to come back down to bottom of this before we get the test. We'll see. 45's holding so far. I have no clue what to think for ES. I do like the idea that into the new 15 we'll get some sell side pressure, and then we'll have to retest this structure that we built out, like the dip below, and figure it out from there. But it doesn't have to do this. It's just we've been seeing some decent take profits into the close candles, and then bid kind of stepping in. 50 seconds until new 15s. And I'm just really watching how we react in this red box here. Push down into the close of the candle. You can see like at the end of every 15 where we like make this high and then we retrace a lot of this candle on most of these 15 minutes. It's just kind of coming back down. It's just same thing. New 15's opening now.
The buyer showing on 89.75 here. See if there's a willingness to take.
It's just trying to take a long. This is how I see it, just in this section. Either come back to resist those buyers, or like have to slow grind through these sellers that are to the left. So just like the dip and then the ring. So nice for my confidence. Just really gonna keep an eye on like 38 to 32 on any dip in. Bids can hold.
Yeah, I'm in a small ES short here. But even if 89's pulled, I'm just getting out. 87s would be awesome for the test. 88. This flag is pretty tight though.
Like this new Paramount logo is kind of garbage. Is this?
They changed the font, which was the best part.
Yeah, and then that blue is just not great. I wonder how much someone got paid to do that. Yeah, there you go. Seems like I'm such a waste.
I found people already hate blogging about it.
Yeah, there you go. It's so ridiculous. It's still wild that like this was an issue in NYC. Like, why do we have rats? Oh, all of our trash is on the side of the road. Like, what? This blows my mind. How could we not be the dirtiest city? Yeah, and the bins that they're providing are like not large enough. It's just a million of them. Part of the aesthetic, right?
Look over that ES flag.
Small dogs. You like go to a park at night and all of the bushes are just like we're just like okay with it. This holds okay. I'm not in a trade. I wanted that 38-30 test. I just don't really see much here personally, unless we see like a really strong bid that's willing to step over the seller from before on NQ. I just am uncomfortable. I don't have the patience for these slow motion breakouts. Hello. Have you thought about the book 2 of Mistborn? Are you still reading book 1, actually? I don't know, man. I'm not touching it. This breakout was fine if you were willing to just put a stop at the low, but it could have just as easily. But it just, no thanks. 64 test. This has been our hard resistance on every push into it. See if this sell side's still here, or if we'll actually be able to get something new. So far, looking like they're still here. If you don't like Mistborn, I mean, there are others. Like try Way of Kings if Mistborn isn't your jam. Way of Kings is amazing. I just really like the magic and how it's written. It feels good. That's one that I wish we animation adaptation. I think it would work so well. They're just gonna die from you saying that. Is Red Rising also fantasy? Yeah, it's fantasy, but with like sci-fi, sci-fi fantasy. Ugh. There's a lot more than that. Once you get it, a lot of the books that this guy writes, Sanderson, are connected in a overarching universe called the Cosmere, and he's written quite a few books. So once you get like into the series, you're going to like look for crumbs of information for in all the other books because it's so good. And then all of a sudden you've read all of his books. It's just one of those.
Yes, now has fully retraced all of yesterday's sell and back to the high.
New 15s in 15 seconds here, and we're opening at R64. So it'd be really sick if this could hold now as supportive and go for a push on the new 15. I expect a little sell side pressure. This previous high test into 695.50. Yes. But just look for small pullbacks and then bids to step in on this new 15. The lowest you'd want to see it go. Got a buyer here at 59s that we want to see continue to hold bid. That doesn't hold, then retracing back down to POC at 47s makes a lot of sense for our test. Really keep an eye on 59 as your first area of interaction. Down. My internet okay? Did stream die? Getting an error on streams. Okay. So far, bid seems to be holding 59. Not bad. Sign. See if we can get some continuation here. Russell into VWAP, still a little concerning. That was our final target from the hold of our opening range. Remember how much resistance this like VWAP to ETH high was giving us earlier. So again, like the way that I see this is like this bid at 59 holds, or we'll have to fill this like very neutral imbalance on this candle. See, really want to see bids continue. So far, it is doing that. Just need to see if they can put it out. And the way that I came up with that is just on the 50 print, just as a reference. See where these buy side deltas are from the previous. So when I look for pullbacks, I'm looking for either like large buying participants that were active on the previous candle, or just back to a POC for pullbacks. This have been like by far the easiest trades I've been able to make off of like just for like pullback buys. Super easy to have an invalidation level, but in trend those work very well. Yeah, very important for the trend aspect. Yeah, in balance, it's just ignore it. Nice break, push up. 84 is our target above, so kind of pushing into that now.
I have anything from there until like what 05 to 10 even then.
For
After
NQ.
80s, yeah.
Yeah,
after that
84
80
to
edge.
92.75.
Yeah.
And then I have 706 above that.
Yeah. That the value lows from Wednesday and Tuesday glowbacks. And then balance through 50.
if you did take the retest of 59s or anything, just I'd be moving up stops as we push into 84, 92. If we can make 92 supportive and do something like this, right, then we can see more. It's an interesting area. It's gonna be important that I think we claim 89, 90 as a bid on a look above. If we can do that, then there's potential.
Little underlying check-in here. So Microsoft put in a new high, but today's highs and value high is just yesterday's POC, so same auction. Apple top of range here, value high, almost to yesterday's high as well. Nvidia is into yesterday's value high, which is the same as today's value high. Multiple kind of like 2-day auctions here where we're testing top pivots. So if underlying start to go, you can understand that everything is schmoving in the right direction. I think that's honestly fine. Around like we identified the area where we would sell, and we could not even like break a halfway back of a candle in like a 3 minute. So smash it, you know.
Good weekend, Multido. Go. So again, like 89, 93 area. Just want to see this go supportive on a look above, or just expect this to be short-term resistance. Russell into VWAP here. I don't think the 70 breakout was bad with the hold of 59. We held where we needed to for buy side to be in control, so then you're just playing momentum. A little different.
Don't be scared of momentum plays.
The problem is when you don't have that level, right? Play around, and then you're just like buying a breakout without knowing if there's like an active buyer below, right? 'Cause that's different. Less context. Context matters. Yeah, exactly. Nothing degen about having a plan.
We got the Jehovah Witness guys running around outside. I'm having to set the dogs off.
In the door.
Dude, one came like 3 weeks ago during class and like literally knocked on the door like 6 times.
You really thought you needed.
I was like, I'm obviously not opening the door go away.
Feel Satan in your house, Liz.
Yeah. Better get used to it.
Like Spud, when are you just gonna join back so I don't have to be your telephone?
Yeah, he should.
Use some of
I
those
might just
Walmart
ban.
gains, Bud.
I might just ban Flex from the live stream. If I want to click on this serve. Ah, yes, true. Yeah, no one gets hit around. He's trying to game the system.
Let's see if we can get this bid to hold here on this retest in. I'd really like to see it if we're gonna go for higher. It's just a break and hold. This 89-93 area. Let's see if it's can push that move up into like 705. Remember the reactions at 700, 705 from last week? So we just need to be able to get through that, and then I think we can actually get some that buyer shows that they're interested again. But that's just an idea. I just remember that level being buyer shows their hand. Good first risk off again, just into 700, 705. And you can see it goes supportive, then I really do should look for like 20, 35 area. Yeah. These pullbacks have been nice, been very accurate. It's good. Feel that that makes me feel more confident in this. We get like pullbacks to the T. 705 rejection so far. See if this buyer will step in again. Again, it's just like this 700 and 705. Just a reactive level. Can show their hand. Feels good, man.
Remember like 2 days ago when you said you were gonna start to take things a little more seriously? And we all called you a fraud?
$2.15. Yeah, we react here. Not a ton to work with. Our 700 level, and then just getting over the 720. Very clear that there's active buyers where we thought they would be at that 700 to 700, which is great. Exactly what we wanted to see on foot. This guy's stepping up. See them? I just highlighted the deltas in that 700, 705, just like we have paths, right? Pull back in and then get off.
Microsoft, we'll check in here. Trading the top of yesterday's balance now. Apple over yesterday's high. Nvidia over yesterday's value high.
28's hitting now. Above this, we have 37.47 on NQ. See if we can now bid off 28. Good though. Pushing the next target here, 37s. Really 38 to be honest, 37, 70. Our next area for me. Where we need to build the fives. It's trending. First signs of weakness on the Russell, still rejecting our 174.3. But as long as we're not seeing a ton of weakness, push over onto EOS and NQ, it should be fine. He just needs to continue backs and fire. Russell can just balance here and shouldn't have any real issues. But if we start to see Russell like really show weakness and not be able to EOC, reevaluate a bit, I think. And the reason why I have this area marked again is just this is that stacked imbalance off footprint 30, 48. And you can see that on the trading view. So with just some sell side deltas here that we need to be able to get through. Scroll left, might be able to bring up still, yeah. Some big sell pressure here, and then balance that needs to be filled. Then above this, I'm not a ton here. This area I think could be pretty rough where this buyer has flipped to a seller and we pushed right through. Above 66 to above that 780. Really want to be able to grind through these guys and then make go. Yeah, definitely could have. I had a crystal ball, you know?
That'd be nice.
What I really should have done though is opened a call position there. I was pretty confident in the low, but not with futures. It's hard. It's still like again, I've said it before, but like the one thing that I struggle with still and want to get better at is like I can see the shifts on the shorter time frames pretty well now. I think that's probably what I'm best at, is doing like smaller rotational shifts, but being able to like then apply that to the bigger picture of being like, oh yeah, I can hold this for 200 points, like still just doesn't make it. Like I don't know how you can have that kind of being like, yep, the low's in. Like I don't know. To me,
It
that
feels
just makes no
so
sense.
weird.
Yeah, it makes no sense to me.
Especially like in this, I feel like the market over this week and last week it's just been funky. Like rotations have felt good, but not the expansion rotation, like at the edges. And then it just like goes. At least for me, it's been
Yeah.
hard to trust it. Like seems very wishy-washy. You tried turning it off and turning it back on again?
I don't know. The only way I've ever fixed that is first of all, try scrolling in. Might be a problem with one of your axes, like your axis. And if that doesn't work, then just setting the time works for me every time. This pullback is aggressive but understandable with those selling deltas that were there. The failure to buy. I really don't see a ton here until either we reclaim back over 720 and show a bid, or a pushback down 705. There's someone here who's attempting, but it just feels.
You have like Russell coming back into this primary node in VWAP. It's kind of a lead with the lower low. I'll watch that.
Still think like Russell just needs a POC test before we figure it out. ES has given us a level to work with though with the value retest here. Now hold this. That's ideal. This becomes resistant, then probably. Just keep an eye on RTY into 69. Really 70 actually. 69 level. Just need to see how we react into POC here. Then again, just watching the 700 705 on it too, as that's happening with ES retesting value. We have 10 seconds, basically 15 seconds until new 15s. So pulling back to where buying support was before. New 15s opening now. Pretty aggressive, so see if 705's offer, if we can push back over. I'd be pretty interested if we can bid this back. this was just like a grab back into that 89.92. About half here. See if we can get a bid now. Again, I want to see a recovery of 20s. Risking off into 20 and then seeing if we can make it supportive. You've got your strong selling deltas above at like 24 to 32. Just move stops up as we come up into that area. And like again, like this is just retesting our POC. So we just fixed some of this poor structure here and then retested that 15-minute POC pushback just to where buying was active before. And that looks like this on reference. So that yellow line is just POC from the previous 15-minute candle. I have one runner here, just exited one more. So we are flirting with these selling deltas above. And just break even stop. It either works or it doesn't. Sure. Change this level. Yeah, give me a second. I didn't get in on the reclaim of 705s. I got in before that. I was more concerned about us just coming back down into POC and getting size on serve. So this is what it looks like on a 5-second. 705 was my confirmation of break. This is a 5-second chart. So you have both sides, my initial positioning and then my full size going on once we got the retest into it. Again, like if you look at it from the perspective of looking at it from the level in which I was interested in, which is this on the 15-minute, I'm not too concerned about the perfect entry here because I'm expecting pretty strong buy side pressure. And then as soon as we reclaim that 705 again, it's like telling me, okay, yeah, for expansion, at least back up to those red deltas. That's how I viewed it. Whenever we see like kind of like a waning at the highs, I just always am going to be looking for those like we know a seller's here, right? Know they're there, so now it's just coming back down to where SPY was because we failed at the highs and we're seeing the pressure and like attempting at as like the first look here into this level would have been nice, but we didn't see big buyers stepping in, so not really a way to hit it. So I took initial size on the in, but didn't get. I was off sides right for like 8 points, and then added more size on the look back in, pushing back into 700 and 702, and then played that up. I would have stopped out if we didn't see the buying interaction there, but I just figured it was going to be a liquid grab, and then I don't know. I'm pretty confident in 15-minute PCs.
It worked like very well. It also gives you like an area if you're offsides, and then we almost always will retest and
Yeah.
reject. So you can like save yourself there.
Now we're just retesting the 700, 705. And it's like that level that we just bid is the same level where I got in originally. We bounced my entry. Russell holding the bottom range so far, tested POC and immediately bid. I would like to see a break of the downtrend, right? Get back over our halfway back if we're gonna get more, or this just still feels a little suspect. Or a continuation potential for upside. Just feels like we might need to build out here a bit more on NQ. Don't really have anything to work with other than that POC low or making 620 supportive. So those selling deltas above are a little concerning. I don't really know how to approach this area now. Other than just like hoping for this to hold. Like ES and RTY are doing the proper thing. We're holding our previous pivot, we're doing the thing, we held where we wanted to, off of our pathing. Same with the Russell, held our pathing. But what happens when RTY comes back up into this VWAP and a seller steps in, right? With NQ still kind of goes like this. That reaction when Russell gets back up to the range is like, for me, probably going to be the real test. So if you are playing off this is your first risk off as we come back up into the cellar here. So like I got stopped out there, surf, and then just bought back in. It was my same level, and then just risk it off into that reoffer. Like that looked like this for me. This is a 15 seconds instead of a 5. Same thing. Just replied to my old image so you can see like the difference. And then I was still able to capture that rotation just by getting back in. Could I have moved my stop down? Yeah, but it was just break even. Fine. Then just bid again. Once I saw what I wanted, buy back into offer, call it a day. I'll be right back.
Bye, Surf. I do not know if you will end up missing much.
All right. Russell back up top of range. So far selling. He's still holding this. Kind of garbo. 50 seconds until new 15s. Probably won't take anything until the new 15.
We just said an auction here. It's gonna be kind of brutal for a bit.
Yeah. want to be done for 17 hours left, basically. Ooh.
I know. If I talked about this on Monday, but I feel like this like 1 Central 2 Eastern used to be like really good, but the last like month, this has been the really slow part.
Yeah. I was telling them earlier, I was like, I'm not gonna take a trade until we get over 2 o'clock. Is it even worth me staying for that period? I feel like I should like go walk my dog for 2 hours and then come back.
Yeah.
But at that point, like I'm so like not in the zone. It's hard, man.
Yes. Yeah.
It's like I'm here or I'm not. Coming back does
Yep.
not feel great.
Yeah, that's like my problem on Wednesday. Sometimes I'll like sit down for like an hour, like, oh, maybe I should try to take something, and then there's just like nothing, and it's like, why did I do that?
Two 11 continues to be like my best performing over and over. 2 to 3. It's pretty actually. Yeah. Yeah, Eastern time, sorry. Yeah, like I'm just looking at my weekly here. But like it's the same basically every week for like where like I'm making money and where I'm not. Later. This is for the like the same thing though every I just keep going back to be like maybe something will change. Nope.
Maybe next week. The answer to that is no.
PBZ as our pullback level on a failure to hold this 89.93 down at 68. Basically looking at this, if we lose this spire, coming back down to previous day value high and our value high today, which makes a lot of sense. We'll have to see how we react there, but so far still just holding POC from the mother bar of the structure. And We do have some buy side deltas that are present here that could be interesting to look to see if buyers are going to interact at this 75, this little node. The way that I'd be looking at this area is if we're not just going to see an immediate seller who pushes through here, you're looking for someone to get caught off sides and then the recovery of 90 to play if this node is going to hold. The only thing that I really see is basically this right here. Do we see a seller get trapped here and can we recover? If we can, then we're probably just going to continue doing. Pull back the value would be nice, but if we're going to interact with these buyers, which is what we're doing so far, I probably won't take anything. Just look for offer at 700, 706, same as before. Either it's recovered and then we trade back in that balance, or these buyers are offsides. Showing it.
RTY VWAP here again.
Is that for Globex for you?
This is, yeah, so the VWAP that starts to build at wherever.
Okay, because we rejected RTH VWAP at the highs, so it's
Yeah.
interesting that we're basically just trapped between the two of them.
Yes. Yeah, this was the last low too.
Mm-hmm.
It's like just sitting on POC.
Yeah. So this is where if sell side was going to get trapped, this is where I would look for it. If not, then it's just moving back down to previous day value, down at 64. We look to see how these buy side deltas react here and see if sell side can be absorbed very quickly is be what I would want. Not, then again, just move down to 64s before immediate reaction off of them back to our 93 edge. Need to see us be able to build above, or this will be your first risk off if you are trading off of this. Again, I'm flat. I'm not taking anything. But this was a fine scalp opinion. I think I might be done for the day, honestly. Like, I'll hang out, but I'm losing a lot of energy.
Yeah, I think, like I said, they're probably honestly the next 40 minutes are not going to be much. Usually when I say that, we just like rip face, but feels like a bit of a holding pattern. Like we can even rotate like up to 20 15s on NQ and
Yeah.
it's still just like stuck.
Yes.
So
First season's a banger. Slows down a bit on Core 1 of second season. But it's still good. Watch the special before you start season 2. There's like a special episode with the redhead. Forget her name. Whatever his cousin. Eris, yeah. Is that in between? Is that season 1, part 2? I thought that was the end of season. That was before season 2. I don't know. Yeah, definitely watch the special then with Eris. It's good. Yeah, to where it says special, you know?
easy.
There's a special. Oh, let me go look at Anywatch. I'll just go look. I think there's 2 of them, so they may have just put it behind it because of that. I'll go look. Yeah, so yours is messed up. I don't know why it's showing it like that. So you see how there's. This is what mine looks like. See that? Special 1, special 2? So the first special aired winter 20. Second special aired summer. And then season 2. Can you screenshot all the indicators that you have on, Roy? Tell you which one it is. Like, just take a screenshot of the gear tab.
It's. I don't
It's
think it's
not
any of
that.
those.
Yeah.
Why you keep breaking stuff, man? There's no need.
You can minimize it probably. Not like you can make it as small as possible, right? So like grab the horizontal line of it separating, and then just like make it as mini as possible. I think it's just a glitch. I'm assuming it'll probably go away. That happened to me before when I had like the delta grid on another template, and then like when I would trade to a different, I would go to another template, like that one would still stay there, like it was lagging. So I've had that issue before, but then it kind of just corrected itself. I don't know how to fix it, other than just like reapplying the template and it going away. Still just rejecting 700, 705. No change here. We did get our bid right off the lows where we thought, but still stuck. So yeah, not really a ton to say until we can recover 20s is supportive. This hold on the 15-minute is not bad though, but I think we just need another candle's worth of price action before we determine if this is going to hold. The what I mean by that is, do you see how we're holding POC from the previous candle and we're bidding? So like, and we did get the offsided sellers into the area that we thought we would, down into 5, just like we talked about. So we have the beginnings of a trend shift, but with this seller who's above us, who's so strong, it just makes this area still pretty, unless you got in. Oh, you guys see what I mean with this hold of POC, and then with us like getting this huge wick down into these buying deltas. So like that gives you that low, but because we have such strong selling pressure above, we still need to see that shift confirmation. So like this is still risk off from this, but we do have the first signs market if we can here. This makes sense with this visualization. But see, let me know if it doesn't. there's so much garbage of the season dubs. All these new shows. Feels pretty bad after we got spoiled, like Kaiju and Jobless, all at the same time.
You have Nvidia here making higher highs. I'd love NQ to at least trade like tens.
Royce asks, just a random thought: do all gaps get filled on the indexes? No, but a lot of them do. A lot of them do. But we still have some gaps from much lower.
I feel like we still have like 320-10 gaps.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So same thing. I've never even. There's a lot of genres going on for it though. Yeah, I don't know why it's in top 10. It just released. Day of the week does it even come out? Oh, it's Sunday. It's on episode 15. What?
Hey, tens. I am trimming here. There's a really tiny small long on.
Gapped over 200-day average and never. Yeah. Once we get into like pretty aggressive trend, I don't really expect gaps to get filled until we see that rotation kind of completed. What it feels like. What's the new one you watch? I've been watching a lot of. I always try out the first episodes, shows, see if it's There's a lot of mid season. There's like actually something to watch every day. If you look at the schedule at the bottom, every day is there's at least something. Like Thursdays are kind of stacked. Thursday, Friday, so much. So far, bidding off POC on this new 15, not a bad sign. Look all right. Russell back up, top of range off of another POC bounce at the low. Still just oscillating. Need to watch our reaction again as we retest our TH VWAP up into the high of the range. I am hopeful with this NQ bounce though off POC. Again, like with these shifts, I think it's probably the easiest way to spot a reversal. Just looking for trap sellers into the low with a wick low candle like this, and then just watch to see if POCs then hold a supportive next candle. And now all of a sudden you have trend up, a pullback level. It's a pretty simple way to go about it without having to like catch these right, like hold, see hold. These have now given two bubbles. Even with us out stuck in this range, it's still like pretty solid pullback levels for participation, even for scalps. But I think what can be really good with it is like not taking trades like that until you see this kind of formation happen, and then you start to look for these pullbacks into these levels for scalp longs. Right before that, there's not really a ton there. But once you do see this, then it's like okay, now I have an area of risk where I'm willing to play around, and we can play back up into this target. And I think that that can be pretty approachable because now it's like I have a variable that needs to occur before I start to try to counter trend scalp, right?
What?
What?
What are you gonna upgrade to? Aren't you still like running top of the line basically? Okay. Time to trade in for problems.
Do you even play video games anymore, man?
No, he
Really?
doesn't. He does not.
You need a new computer for Excel, bud?
Yup.
Oh no.
Minesweeper 4K.
Back down to bottom of range here in NQ. Russell rejected top of range again. How many pounds of French fries do you think that you per year?
Per year?
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to think about that.
The average American consumes 34 pounds of French fries.
I don't know if well, maybe. I definitely eat that many potatoes.
Yeah.
I eat a lot of potatoes. But I think I eat more in like hash brown than actual French fries.
Yeah, that's how that works. Another balanced low of range here on NQ, that 93, 96 that we have marked. Just POC from that potential reversal from that low. Sellers being side. Just coming back up to top of range. Not a ton here. 2 minutes left until new 15s. It's back to Mario's like 710. So far, still seeing that active buyer down at 93. Yeah, you'd hope so, Dubs. I don't even know if Tatum has consumed a single pot this year.
Single tot. I bet he has. Bet you $10.
$10? Oh, unlucky.
Zero tots? Buddy, are you just a complete fraud?
Unlucky.
Hello? How could you lie to us like that? I'm about to make like 5 pounds of potatoes tonight.
Tater tot school play. He's been trying to eat healthier this year, so probably not that many. I don't know if it started at the beginning of the year though, or like. Yeah. Wonder what last year was compared to this year. That's the number I want to know. Yeah, what a shift. Uh, shot play mark. Bad. this thing gonna squeeze like Wednesday? I don't know, man. Holding pretty well. Very passive. Our movement. I'd be a bit happier when RTY gets over our ETH high. They seem pretty willing to just kind of hold. I don't know how long that's gonna last. The longer we like continue to fail at these highs and we start to see some like weakening bids where we can't go as high as before, like we're starting to kind of see here with this failure, like we need to just, someone needs to get off sides, right? So if like sell side wants to build here now and instead of up at these highs, like that's a good first sign. Now we have a shift in value, right? But we still need to see like that shift then happen again, where then sellers attempt again at these lows and push us down. Because if not, then like we're looking for buyers to like reclaim this area, and then we have offside sellers in the middle of our range. So I really don't know. This area is just not just a reward. You just have to wait for someone to get off sides and show their positioning a bit more clearly, and then look at some aggression. Clearly a bit above right here, and clearly a seller below. So that shifts, and we can see something happen. You can either play the balance or wait it out. From what I was thinking, we're at target. Like we've done the move. So I don't know. This is what I thought was going to happen yesterday. We're kind of there. Why do you look at RTY for how the rest of the market moves? Doesn't ES lead? No, not really. Well, I don't look. I look for confluence. I look for everything to kind of be moving together. So if you think of RTY and NQ as two separate entities, one NQ being like tech heavy caps, right? More of like our thicker participants in the market, and then RTY being more of our small caps and mid caps. When they're moving together, or if they're coming up into like resistance at the same time, then I have a lot more faith in our direction on ES. If we have kind of some divergence between these two, we're not seeing bids happen at the same instances happening at the same time, same general areas, then the market's a bit more mixed. I usually reference NQ and ES to kind of give it a sense if, sorry, NQ and RTY to give us a sense if ES is going to go up, because ES kind of encapsulates a bit of both of the NQ names and the ES and the RTY names. So you can think of it as like sectors, where like NQ is very tech heavy and RTY has a lot more like energy, financials, healthcare names, and then those are both in ES, right? So if we can kind of have a look inside, right, into the sectors, and we see that all sectors are going up, we have a much higher likelihood. If ES doesn't have the participation of the Russell, and we do have NQ, right, then we have a very focused market, which is usually tech heavy, and then like singular names like NVIDIA or Tesla or Apple, and we can then watch and reference those for ES moves. It so just really depends on the day, but the short and sweet is like Russell usually acts as a pretty good oscillator for ES and NQ. So when it has room up, we usually see the rest of the market kind of have the ability to bid and then push up. And when we get into a resistance here, it's usually a good breadth indicator to let us know when a lot of the stocks in the overall market are coming into a resistance. which can show us a potential weakening that's going to happen on ES and NQ. Because if we don't have the Russell to help carry the market up, and we're into this resistance, now all of a sudden we can reference that as a potential resistance or a place of sellers taking advantage on NS, right? So if we can find areas where the Russell oscillates, which usually there's always a period in the day where it does this, it can give us some really nice scalp locations to let us know where kind of like the market's in an oversold state or an overbought state. And then all of a sudden we have a reference point of like what direction we should be looking for on ES and NQ, unless some sort of like crazy divergence is going to happen. So when we are able to establish an area like this, it can give us an area where we should be like, yeah, we need to start risking off. Russell can't maintain up here because we understand that it's overbought, right? In this oscillation, in the range, whatever you want to call it. And so that can give you opportunities to start looking for that weakness to start affecting ES and starting to affect NQ, right? And that's usually how I use RTY. We usually see that weakening or that start of strength a bit before ES and NQ. Mid and small caps have a tendency to kind of find that low or that high before our larger caps for some reason. I don't know why. It's just a pattern that I've recognized and been able to make money off of. And you can go back and back test it once you've kind of like found a range, especially in the afternoon of the Russell on balanced days like this, where the Russell like kind of just holds a level. Like it'll continue to kind of just hold that level in the afternoon session, I've found. I don't have like a technical explanation for it of what's actually happening under the surface, but it's just a pattern that I've recognized and back tested and then forward tested. And I would encourage you to do the same. But I always try to think of it as like a three-way tug of war, right? And when you have two things that are kind of moving in the same direction, pulling on the same side, right? ES is a lot more likely to go with that direction, right? But if you have a mixed market where NQ is pulling on one side, RTY is pulling on the other, then it's kind of in a neutral state, and we shouldn't really expect a ton of movement. There are, of course, like outlier days where tech leads, and there's outlier days where like financials lead, and those are the days where you watch trend on Russell for like financials. You watch if tech's leading, then you watch for trend on NQ for directionality. But the markets that you want to be participating in the most are when we have really strong confluence on all three, because those are going to give you your best directional bets with minimal risk. Hopefully that was an explanation for you, Robert.
Would really like to see this 80 edge hold. Nvidia is a big sell here. Russell top of range. This is kind of like your buy last chance, or else I would honestly just look back into like 40s at POC for a balanced close. 45 minutes on the day.
So you're gonna have to see trapped sellers offside here, trying to go for a bit more. We've seen the offer flip, right? Where we saw the offer started to lower and lower and lower, especially with this push below this 92 to 96. Like this was a good area to start to really see that weakness happen with this. This is our first leg that we talked about where this offer moved down to 706. And then we started to see a lesser reaction at the bottom of what was our range low, right? Very minimal bids. And then we're starting to see that weakness really step in, that channeling down. We first started to talk about that at that 706, right? Because we're seeing a weakening reaction on it. And then we're actually seeing that follow through. Now at this low, this is where we looked for that trapped offside, like for a low to step in here again on the buying deltas here at 675. You really need to see buyers be able to recover this area and show a bit more willingness to like push, right? We don't have a lot of excitement. It's just slow grind down. I don't see a ton here if we can't reclaim, right? It's just like slowly trending down. Looking like NQ wants to kind of come back down to our mean, and the Russell wants to try to break out. So we'll see if that shifts. But if Russell can get over ETH high, I'd expect that to kind of run into close, with NQ coming back down to POC, like Mario said. We'll really have to watch how this edge reacts. As long as value is able to hold, just want to see this 68 to 64 area really show a solid bid on any holding previous day value. I think if that fails, then just a rotation down to POC is going to be probable. 40s. This is where I start to like really watch things to see if it's trapped offsides or just going to see this offer. And again, like for this sell side to be playable, you need to see value high go offer, right? So expect if this edge isn't just going to hold already for buyers, right? Like we can just bounce here at value. But if we do push below, you're going to be watching for a relief bounce at previous day value high, and then for our daily value high on the day to act as your resistance, and that will give you your short or your push down to POC. So we really want to watch to see how our value shifts here. Because if we can't get below 64s, then I have a feeling that sell side's going to get trapped back up. But if we enter again, right, like then it's just trading previous auction, which is very clear with our distribution that we have on the day, right? Very clear distribution below us if this tail doesn't hold. So pushing into our previous day value high here at 64s. We look to see if buyers are willing to interact and defend previous day value, or if sell side can start to take control. I think this is a great first risk off for shorts if you were in any. And now we look to see if we can get continuation down or a recovery of 83s for a pushback up.
You have two big edge tests here on Apple and Nvidia as well to add confluence to both sides.
Just sneezed like 7 times in a row. What is she doing? Oh, she's making her bed. That's what she's doing. She's not sneezing. Yeah, but like just she's exerting quite a bit of energy. It's like a lot of like exhales. So particular. It's ridiculous. For it to basically look like exactly the same after she's done. What are you doing?
That's dog stuff.
Yeah, it's stock stuff. So the 64 bid's still here, which makes a lot of sense. We expected relief here, but can we recover, or does the previous day value go resistant? I am not sure as of yet. All I know is that that 64 buyer makes sense. Now we just need to see where we go from here. And gave up on the spot. Were you here, Mario, when I was talking about that human-sized dog bed?
I don't think so, because I would have bought one if I was.
Yeah, check these things out on Amazon. They're only like $100 too. Pretty sweet.
Human. I love how it's called the human-sized
Yeah.
dog bed as well.
I wish I was just like a tad shorter so I could live the dream. This lady looks so happy, snuggling with her golden
True,
retriever.
yeah. I need a new couch. Maybe I'll just buy that
Yeah,
instead.
I'm just gonna cook the 3 of them. Easy. So 60 from the 64 bid, just back to our offer here. Again, I'd like to see us be able to get back over 83s for any signs of life. But what a slow market. Russell rejecting top of range again.
This is going to be very important for NQ here, I think. Let's back into this LVN.
$45 seconds until your 15s. And first MOC. New 15s opening now. Getting that sell side volatility like usual into our new 15. Get me out of here. So this is a really good look below. I'd love to see 64s now offer if possible. If we were going to head down to POC. Just really keep an eye as we push down into this 55. Oh, just straight to POC. There it is. Hey.
Easy. That was the quickest, like, 30 points ever.
Feels bad, man. No way to capture that unless you were already in from the 75 edge. It's going right down to value, looks like. I'll probably participate if buy side can get back over 37s, essentially. If not, then just expect reoffer there into this red box and just keep an eye. That sucks that we just missed that. By we, I mean me. I don't know what anyone else did. $37 offer still holding there. Russell back to bottom of range and immediate bid. I think if this like 37 to 29 holds where this offer is right now, if it holds this resistance, I'd see us going back down to like 78s, 86s. Well, down here to ADR. Just watch that. If that fails, right, then it's just coming back to value. If we can get over 37, should just be a spec to POC, no issue. Love to see how this kind of chops up here. Figure it out from there. Annoyed that we missed that, but you know, it is what it is. POC retest here. Probably can go to 54 if we get 47 for continuation. Watch to see if 37 now stays bid. Russell back to top of range here from the immediate bounce from low. Getting a little violent. The Dom. This needs to be immediately bought, or these guys are going to be off sides and we'll rotate back down. Offer holds here again, like you get to rotation down off of the failure at the highs. $37 offer held, pushing back down to low range.
This is NVIDIA. We talked about kind of leading the sell a little bit. This is VWAP testing here. Microsoft as well, which was bearish, back to POC. And Apple through VWAP testing lower distribution. So remember, kind of when we were holding at that 80 on NQ, we saw these underlying start to lead. They're all basically down into potential targets here.
I think we probably have one like down here on NQ to target. We have to watch our reaction here, but we got our offside seller at the highs, and now we've got our push down below that seller. Now we watch to see if we can get back into this auction here, this little box, or if this is going to go for that continuation down. 780, 5780 would be my next target before we figure out where we're headed.
Nice, Surf. I should have done that.
Into our reaction area now. Either this 578, 87, 86, right? This holds, right? We expect a relief bid here. If not, then we expect rotation down to value low. Oh, there it is. Now we watch to see if ES can hold POC as resistance. Russell, again, bottom of range. Seeing that bid across the market as we approach back down to the low. See if this 608 now holds. Six oh eight holding his res so far, coming back down to bottom of range. You are playing off of that. First risk off, of course, into our wick low here. Below 78s, we look for an offer and then a move down to 50s, I think. Yeah, the value area on the footprint's pretty cool. Oh, are you just putting that on the actual? Oh, that exists on the footprint as well, Ty. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, they work pretty well. Same principles as well. Yeah, I don't know how long this is gonna, how far we go down. Again, like this is what we were thinking. As we come back down into this imbalance, I don't know how far this goes. I would assume we still are able to make a higher low. That's kind of what my thought process was. Again, I think if 78 goes offer, that we probably will just rotate down to our value low. Because then we lose ADR high. Is this Globex view up for you guys on EOS?
No, it's 74.
This is regular view up? Okay. Watch your ES value low. TVZ targets down at 66 for ES. 78, trying to hold off for now for that move down into our 50s. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. These are your higher time frame VWAPs here, ES specifically. Figure that if this doesn't hold, then we look for 74 offer and then move down to 66. For ES, yeah. We're at the same level now in both. It'll be confusing. Really important reoffer here on NQ. Russell bottom of range, another bounce. So far, it's been a very easy signal. Until we see this break. Been kind of just following these oscillations on NQPS. 74 is still kind of really just holding. Not seeing enough on ES for 74s to show as like a low, right? But nice relief there. Need more, or just continuation down feels very likely.
It was more like sellers pressing off the gas than
Yeah.
buyers coming back.
Exactly. Like imagine closing some of your short into VWAP. It only makes sense, right?
Crazy. Who would do such a thing?
Just kind of keep an eye on Russell as we come into top of range for the next leg. Get it. Offer trying to press below 78. Testing now. I'm out one here from the 78 retest. Might get stop break even. We'll see. Gonna leave it. I really would like to see that move down into 50.
Microsoft, Nvidia under VWAP now, and Apple under value low.
That Dom reaction was pretty clean. 78 with the offer lowering into it and retest and hold. I'm out here. Can probably go a bit further. Yeah. pushing into our 50s now. I just don't know how reactive it's going to be. I don't want to be.
This is that time of the day where we can be chucking around.
Yeah. And that's still, it was like a $300 trade, 340, I think, from 78s down to 50. Not bad.
Cannot be mad about that.
Yeah, that 7880 on yes is still is also valid. You'll see candle. So I think if we recover that, then you've got 84 and then 88 above tie. Makes sense to me. Yeah, I want everything can shift on MOC close once these guys are done offloading. Keeping an eye on 39s on NQ and then the lift back over 50s for recovery. Sorry, 56. We're gonna do anything. Just back. This is as low as I would think the market would go unless we're gonna get some crazy shift. This was target. So just look for some excess to build and then a recovery if we're gonna go long again. For me, I'm done shorting.
5 billion to the sell side. The Dow 30, 900 million to the sell side.
Into our target here on yes into 66
700 million to
PVZ.
the sell side.
Just look for some excess to build here and then directionality. I definitely closed early, but I don't like how volatile it can be down here. And that's not trying to get back half my day's gains from an ego trade. Yeah, you remember when I... Yes, I do. I remember the slippage that I had there. Yeah, so that's why I just don't worry about it anymore. I don't know.
No, that gives Ty optimism to just press hard everywhere.
I just left like, I don't know, $2,000 on the table probably. It is what it is.
Well, journal them all really good, Ty. Drill them into your skull.
I just expect like crazy volatility here. I don't want anything to do with shorts down here. It's too scary. Ugh. Coming down into this imbalance. We'll see what happens. I don't know. This is just my thought. I don't predict. I'm not a. I don't have a say, but that was my thought. We'll see what happens. Not a big predictor. Yeah, you and everyone else, which is why it won't happen, right? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'll be right back regardless. Okay. Well, that was.
And
Yep.
the bounce.
Yep. Saw that coming. Russell, bottom of range.
Shout out to the resilience of the Russell. Big Russell guy.
And immediate retrace. GG's. Right back to where I closed my original short. Five minutes left. Careful. I'd really like to see this 39 stay and push back over for more. Probably wishful thinking. Russell breaking our range low. Gonna get a shift. Three minutes left. Russell leading us down. It did not step in at 39. Right back to our 30-second opening range here on RTY. PVZ target is down at day open at 65.20. I'd either be looking for our bounce here at 167.5 or coming back down into the low. That's kind of it.
So noting the S&P 500 currently up 0.5% since the beginning of the session at 5,623.
One and a half minute. One minute to close. Russell almost in the target here, but it is close, so it is what it is. I think this low has potential to hold. It's for today.
What a week we had this week. Up and down and up, and then down, then up.
Crazy.
There were a lot of opportunities every single day. We talked a lot about it yesterday afternoon about the like change of character setup with liquidity grabs on either side. So I'm expecting you guys have a lot of those journaled for this coming week. There were very, very, very good setups in that structure. I do not have much else for you guys. I think everyone should have had a pretty good week. It's a kind of nice change of pace. So I will see you Monday. Is there any last comments, questions, concerns? Adios.
All right. Bye, guys.